Well, welcome one and all to R.L. Anderson Stadium, the venue for today's UWS regional semifinal between Side FC 92 out of Tulsa and the San Antonio Athenians. The two teams entering the field as we speak at the moment. We'll get you through the starting lineups first. Starting for the Athenians in goal, number 0, Mia Wildeman. And in front of her, the back four of Ashley Newland, Maggie Miller, Jamie Erickson, and Ashley Cathro. The midfield consisting of Emma Durain, Helene Ferris, and Isabella Belitic. And the front line, all-Canadian front line of Eden Bretzer, Amanda Smith, and Peyton Bretzer. For Side FC, who finished third in the Southwest Conference, they start with Reagan Beating in between the sticks. Back four of Tristan Edgar, Bree Doble, Hannah Wright, and Lindsay Gordon. Midfield three consisting of Valerie Morris, Raquel Finelli, and Anna Gornell. And the front line is Madeline Barone, Joe Nikiria, and Haley Ledford for Coach Alex McLaurin and Side FC 92. It's going to be a final word from the two coaching staffs. And before we're all set to get underway, today we have the two regional semifinal games. This one up first, and then later on, FC Austin Elite traveling up to face off against the regular season champions, Lone Star Republic. That game will also be available on My Cujo. The Athenians finished the regular season out 9-1, their only defeat coming to Lone Star Republic, who finished 10-0. Team out of San Antonio posted a positive 20 goal difference, scoring 31 and conceding 11 throughout the campaign. For Side FC, they finished a pretty comfortable third place, 5-4-1 record, 29 goals scored and 15 conceded throughout the year. A lot of that goal difference coming in the first two matches, and they came out 8-0 and 4-0 against Alacronis and Wilco FC, and really put the conference on alert. And that was before the likes of Lone Star Republic had even kicked off their season. It was shaping up to be maybe a two-horse race between the Athenians and Side FC. And of course, Lone Star Republic arriving on the scene in their first year in a big way, winning every game that they played. We'll see them later on today. For the Athenians, it's also a playoff debut in the UWS. In their previous season in the league, they failed to make the playoffs by just 1 point. Left no doubt this year, and I'm sure Coach Fabio Mello in his first season going to have the team fired up and ready for the big occasion today in Mansfield. Athenians will be wearing white, and looks like they'll move from right to left as they're led by their captain Jamie Erickson. To the right side of your screen. And Side FC wearing the maroon and red with gold accents. We'll move from left to right. If you're not familiar with these two teams, the two strikers will make up a majority of the goals on either side. For Side FC, the player who just put the ball down, Joe Nikiria, is one of two players in the conference nationally to reach double digits in goals. She had 12 goals in 9 appearances. And on the other side for the Athenians, Amanda Smith led the way. She finished on 9 goals from 10 appearances. We are underway here in Mansfield as Bree Doble swings it over to Hannah Wright. And Side FC control possession to start. Eden Bretzer pressing high up the field as the Athenians corner the possession and have it back here on the halfway line with Erickson. Ball controlled by Smith. Poked wide for Bretzer, who loses out that time. And here's Bree Doble on the ball once again. 4 years at the University of Tulsa. As we stop play here for a free kick quickly. She's played in 6 games for 471 minutes this year. Seen a lot of the ball here in the opening minute. This one fired into the feet of Nikiria. She can't control it. The Side FC retained possession. Erickson's pass intended for Eden Bretzer. Rocky start for the Athenians. Sent to the feet of Nikiria. Ball over the top. Overhit. And it'll be a first touch for Mia Wilderman. San Antonio native heading to Nebraska in the fall to make up their class of 2025. Both of these teams definitely willing and able to give youth opportunities. Plenty of young players on either side. For Side FC, that comes through their connection with West Side Alliance, one of the biggest youth clubs in the Tulsa area. And of course the plethora of San Antonio high school talent. We see through the likes of Mia Wilderman and Helene Ferris, amongst others. This one lofted over the top, looking for the overlapping run of Ashley Newland. And Side FC able to deal with it. Miller put under pressure here by Nikiria. She'll just put it into touch and allow the white shirts to come streaming back on defense. First and only time these two teams have met was in San Antonio earlier this season. The Athenians taking it 2-1 with all the scoring coming in the first 30 minutes. The Side FC goal came on a miscue at the back. It was pretty much gifted to them to open the scoring, and then immediately the next minute the Athenians tied it up through Brooke Hansen and then went ahead 20 minutes later from Amanda Smith. Throw-in taken on the far side. Athenians poke it away, and now Amanda Smith in a foot race. Foot race won that time by Hannah Wright. Hannah Wright, a member of the Westside Alliance 04 team, one of the youngest players on the field today, making her third appearance of the season. Miller just forced to put that one out of play as well, as Nikiria causing problems in the press. And this field here at R.L. Anderson Stadium, very narrow. And so don't be surprised if you see some of these throw-ins lofted into the box. This one just intended for Nikiria, who brings it down. The Athenians regain possession, and Bretzer sends it down the line. The Athenians advance their lines here. The ball with the goalkeeper for Side FC, Reagan Beating. It's the squad out of Tulsa who've had the majority of possession so far. So we approach just about 5 minutes into this game. Belichick, interception in midfield. Battling and winning a foul in the center circle is Izzy Belichick. Erickson sprints up to the ball, gets her head up, and once again looks for that overlapping run to Ashley Newland. And that was just a couple of feet away from being an excellent service. Instead, though, now there's numbers. Side FC want to go quickly the other way. Ball runs out of play. The Athenians bench. And now in the hands of Ashley Newland, the defender from Folsom, California. She mentioned she thought her soccer career was over after she graduated in the spring from Louisiana University Lafayette, where she made almost 50 appearances in total. And then she got the call from the Athenians asking, could use another defender to bolster our back line, and she was happy to come down and spend the summer in San Antonio. And she's turned into a really crucial part of the team. She's played right back, left back, center mid as well, very versatile, and very easy to pick out with the bright red hair. Another throw in for Side FC. Taken by Edgar. And she'll do it again. Awkward ball in behind, dealt with by Erickson. Into the feet of Durain. Dexterous turn in midfield there for Durain as she looks to pick out a teammate running forward. It was intended for Eden Bretzer. Eventually broke for Newland. Newland will never give up on a ball. She's kept this play alive, but once again, Eden Bretzer dispossessed on the far side. Nikiria now 1-against-1 with Miller. Nikiria slips it through. Ledford, though, just got caught underneath her feet. going to be out for an Athenians throw just in front of Coach Fabio Mello. In his first season with the Athenians, he also coaches for Juventus Academy San Antonio, both based out of the home of the Athenians, Soccer Central, in the Alamo City. His clearance once again out just in front of the benches. Newland will take the throw. Terrain sets it back to the right back. Amanda Smith looking to pounce on a miscue at the back. Amanda Smith through for Peyton Bretzer. First chance of the game for the Athenians. Back to Amanda Smith. And it's in the back of the net. The Athenians take their first chance of the game and go in front here in Mansfield through Amanda Smith. And we'll get a look at the replay here. As it was slipped through to Bretzer, she showed the composure, got her head up, and found Amanda Smith, whose shot was too much to deal with at the near post for beating. And it's a crucial early lead for San Antonio. 10th goal of the season for Amanda Smith, the forward out of Ottawa, Ontario. And now the top scorer for the other team, Nikuria, trying to instantly equalize, got in behind and forced the corner off of the Athenian center back Maggie Miller. Another assist for Peyton Bretzer. That's her 6th of the year, draws level with Brooke Hansen, who unfortunately is not here for the Athenians today, who was one of the league leaders in assists. Now Bretzer tied for that top mark nationally, setting up 6 goals. Side FC take the corner short, and they'll do it again as the cross is blocked behind. Wildeman thought might be for a goal kick, but instead it'll be another chance at it for Baroni, sophomore at Loyola University Chicago. Played in all 8 games this season, including scoring 1 goal. She's looking to assist here from the corner. Whipped in, it's a good ball. Wildeman can't control it, but it goes all the way through without a touch from an attacking player. Great service that time from the winger out of Tulsa. Erickson, ball into the channel. Smith checking down to try and get it. Instead, it's out for an Athenians throw. Quickly into the feet of the younger Bretzer sister, Eden. 4 goals, 4 assists on the year for Eden. It's her sister Peyton who got the assist on the opener today. Belichick battling in midfield. Strong play from Gornell, who brings it away. Pinball there, just about 25 yards from the Athenians' goal. Eventually Newland brings the ball clear. Erickson again, head up, looking for the long ball into the channel. Header from Newland. Cleared away momentarily by Hannah Wright. It's back at the feet of Bretzer. Her ball looking to stretch the plays over hit. Although with such a narrow field, it's going to be difficult, at least for the first 10-15 minutes, to kind of find your feet on those long diagonals. Not near as much space for the wide players on either side. Bretzer drops it back to Ashley Cathro. He's played in every game this year for the Athenians. Her center back, Jamie Erickson's played every minute here in 2021, one of the UWS league leaders. Newland, once again, some strong play on the far side. She's forced to poke it out as Barone was applying the pressure. Be a throw in an attacking area for Side FC. Edgar with the ball down towards the corner flag. Nikuria can't keep it in play, and it'll be a goal kick for the Athenians. The Athenians did a lot of their work this year coming from behind. Had a stretch actually where they had 4 straight 2-1 victories, 3 of those coming from an early deficit. But it's they who are in front here 1-0 with 11 minutes gone in Mansfield. Coming together there after the goal kick. Everybody back on their feet. Side FC in possession. Bretzer again wreaking havoc in the press. Wins it back. Finds Durain. And there's space now for Cathro advancing from left back. It's just out of her reach. She wins it back from the throw. And there'll be another opportunity for Gordon, who's headed to the University of Central Oklahoma in the fall. Nikiria with a heavy first touch and commits the foul. Durain getting the body in the way. Erickson onto the head of Amanda Smith. It may settle with Eden Bretzer at the top of the box. She takes the shot. It's immediately blocked. And the Athenians can't keep it in play. Oh no, it'll be instead their throw. Ashley Newland was only interested in motoring down the line. She'll have to settle for a throw-in. Into the corner for Smith. Smith holds off the defender, but now help comes. It's 2v1, and it's a goal kick. Smith can't keep it away as the help defense was coming from Valerie Morris. Edgar put under pressure by Bretzer. Side FC have had a majority of the balls so far. The Athenians creating opportunities out of their press, and I already mentioned the size of the field a couple of times, but with it being such a small pitch, it really suits the Athenian style of play as they force another turnover and get a shot off. But the left-footed effort from Amanda Smith sails harmlessly over. That's about the range she scored from on her left foot against Side FC earlier this season. It was certainly up there for the Athenians' goal of the season. She's got a few to choose from, though, now with 10 here in 2021. Newland forces it back to Bree Doble. Head up for Doble, but Peyton Bretzer able to close it down and win it back. Space and time for Ferris in midfield. Erickson wide for Newland. She's predominantly a left-footed player, but she's being asked to play on the right here, and I think she's been working on that right foot ever since arriving in San Antonio, with Ashley Cathro really locking down the left-back position. And Coach Mello just trying to get his best players out on the field. Belichick give and go with Bretzer. Belichick just runs into 2 side defenders. Dumped to the turf, and it'll be a free kick for the purple and white. Belichick slow to get up. Erickson once again lining up the free kick. Four lined up at the back post for the Athenians. Peyton Bretzer in all kinds of space, unmarked at the moment. She'll make the late run in. And it will reach her at the back post. Tries to set it up for Durain. Under hit the pass, and it's out for an Athenians throw. Bretzer heading to Omaha, Nebraska when this season concludes to play for Creighton. That'll be her 3rd university to play for in her career, and she talked to me about it. Very excited to be joining up with the Blue Jays and competing at the Division I level. She was last year as well with Southeastern Louisiana. Actually helped them to a conference championship, playing as a left back and a left midfielder. Belichick, sweet feet in midfield, juggles it past the defender. Bretzer drops it back to Cathro. Poked away from Durain. Athenians goalkeeper Mia Wilderman fetches the spare ball. It'll be a throw-in for the side out of San Antonio. Ashley Cathro here on the near. Into the feet of Smith, who loses out. Slipped in behind now for Nikiria. 1-against-1 in the corner with Eriksson. Nikiria fakes the left-footed cross, drops it back. Plenty of white shirts on hand to cut that one out. And the ball holds up perfectly for Smith. Almost more than she expected here on a windy day in Mansfield. And she couldn't make it stick. So it's back now with Side FC. Strong play in midfield from Ferris. And another good intervention that time by Newland. She wanted the ball back on the give and go, and she stayed forward here as Cathro advances from left back. Cathro past one defender wide now for Bretzer. Isolated 1v1 with Doble. Bretzer to the end line. Ball lifted towards the back post where there were 3 runners there in white. Nobody could meet the cross. Ferris just keeps it away and ends up being a perfect ball for Smith in the area. 2 defenders around her. Newland with the strike on the right foot. Held by Beating. Here, look at that strike from outside of the area. It's held up by Smith at first before it dropped to the Athenians right back. It took the shot on, no hesitation, and stung the palms of the goalkeeper. Doble's pass breaks the line, but first touch is heavy. Turned over to the Athenians. Ferris called for a foul there. Some physical play in midfield. No stranger to coming together. Helene Ferris, who's headed to UTSA. Already started preseason with the Roadrunners. He's getting some high-level semi-professional experience this year in UWS, as are so many young players on either side. Doble, one of the more experienced, heads out on the field for either team. Launches this one into the path of Nikiria. Nikiria on the dribble, takes the shot from distance, and it'll be comfortable for Wilderman after the deflection took the sting out of the effort. Wilderman with a precise punt onto the chest of Eden Bretzer. Flick around the corner for Newland. Had green grass to run into, or turf rather, here at R.L. Anderson Stadium. It was just poked off her foot and out for a throw. Looks like Side FC just trying to catch their breath. Certainly something to consider when you look at the way the two teams have come out. The Athenians got in last night, spent the night locally, whereas Side FC just got off the van a couple hours ago. That always plays into the first half of an away game. Some heavy legs, perhaps, for the team out of Tulsa. Traveled 320 miles, just over 4 hours to today's game. Similar distance for San Antonio. Just around that 4-hour mark. Smith, some space to turn. Putting behind for Cathro. The overlap coming from Ashley Cathro. Cutback cross. No one on the end of it. Newland won't be as proud of that shot as the last one. There's certainly space to exploit down the wings for the Athenians. A couple of really good crossing opportunities in the last couple minutes. Their goal coming from Amanda Smith, assisted by Peyton Bretzer. Here's Eden on the turn. Space for Durain. Back to Eden Bretzer, 25 yards from goal. Durain will have a go, and what a goal! Emma Durain doubles the lead with a thunderous strike from 25 yards. You see the exchange with Eden Bretzer. Durain, full of confidence, takes the shot on and finds the top corner. And the Athenians are flying here in Mansfield. Quick moment to regroup now for Side FC, as Durain has her third of the season and by far the most spectacular of the bunch. Previous two coming from the penalty spot. They were important goals, but they may not make the highlight reel. That one certainly will. Belitic's ball looking for Eden Bretzer, cut out. And immediately back on it, Izzy Belitic. And here's the goal scorer, Durain. Tries to wait the pass in behind for Bretzer, but it's cut out. Finelli on the ball for Side FC. Just a quarter of the way through this game. Need to find a foothold. They're missing a lot of their firepower. I counted up the goals. They've only got 17 of their 29 goals out there on the field in terms of their total this season. And that'll certainly be a worry, as they've got to come from two behind now to prolong their season. Still plenty of time to do it, though. Loose pass there from Belitic. And Miller will retreat. In terms of where the goal is going to come from for Side FC, it's going to be Joe Nikuria, currently of Mid-American Christian University. She's the joint top scorer in the league this year with 12. Well, once again, won back by Belitic. So important in the base of the midfield three. Just protecting the center backs and certainly not afraid of a physical altercation. Ball back to Cathro. She turns and finds some space in front of her. And she's gone on a terrific dribble here, past three defenders. Looks for the crossfield ball to Bretzer, who has space, and Helene Ferris alongside her. Eden Bretzer past Edgar. And a speculative effort. Will be more what Reagan Beating hopes to see throughout the rest of the 90 minutes. No more screamers from 25 yards. Header won by Erickson. Played wide by Ferris. Another recovery by Jamie Erickson. Her pass put out for a throw. The captain for the Athenians out of Edmonton, Canada. Played 3 seasons at MacEwan University. And also represented Canada at the 2019 Universiade in Italy. It's an amateur international tournament. And certainly had some professional interest, and I think still does, It was rumored that she was going to be heading on trial abroad and miss the playoffs, but luckily for San Antonio, she's here today. With her strong performances throughout this 2021 UWS season, there'll certainly be some interested teams in Jamie Erickson. Newland with the interception. Ferris holds the defender on her back. Finelli being taken down the line here by Helene Ferris, who just advances past another. Good low ball into the box. Smith arriving. Bree Doble did just enough. Side FC could have found themselves in real trouble. Out for an Athenians throw. Controlled by assistant coach Marc Verrier. Spanish-French lineage. He's been trying to help me say that name all year. Belichick just to open up the play. Peyton Bretzer on the near side. See, did he get a touch? No, it's out. Side FC ball. Another throw in for Lindsey Gordon, defender from Sapulpa, Oklahoma. She's one of 6 players on the traveling roster this weekend. They've come through the West Side Alliance Youth Academy. She couldn't control that one. It's out for an Athenians throw. The other main contingent coming from Tulsa University. 3 starters, former Hurricanes, and 1 on the bench as well. For the Athenians, have got 5 Canadians, and quite a few local talents. Already mentioned Wildeman and Ferris, hailing from San Antonio, as Newland overhits that cross. And we'll have the water break. We'll take it with them. So far, 2-0 to the Athenians. Goals coming from Amanda Smith and Emma Durain. Got 17 minutes to go here in the first half of action. We'll be right back. You're watching the UWS Regional Semifinal on Mike Ujo. Back underway following the hydration break. It's 2-0 to the San Antonio Athenians. And we'll see with that break if Coach Alex McLaurin makes any adjustments for Side FC. Found themselves at times overmatched in the midfield and especially down the wide channels. Hasn't gone to his bench yet to make any changes. Only 5 subs made the trip from Tulsa. As this back pass dangerously underhit. Smashed into touch by Reagan Beating. The Athenians with a full complement on their bench. No need to make any changes with how well it's gone so far for Coach Melo de Alcantara. Brazilian head coach for San Antonio. On the other side, Coach McLaurin grew up in Germany. International experience on the touchline for both sides. Throw-in finds its way to the feet of Ashley Newland. Pretty much everything that's gone down the Side FC left side has been put to a stop by Newland. Very active up and down the right side for San Antonio. Erickson into midfield for Belichick. Keeps it ticking along. That's wide for Cathro. Back into the feet of Belichick. Nearly lost it, but came away with the ball. Former UIW Cardinal. Perfectly weighted pass into the feet of Cathro. Drop back to Miller, who looks to go long. Bretzer will give chase. Doble will clear it away, at least for the moment. Cathro now applying the pressure high up the field. Another loose touch from Raquel Finelli, who is listed on the Side FC 2 roster. Didn't have any stats for the first team this year. I wonder if she's one of a couple players that have been called up to make up the numbers this weekend. Gets the start in the biggest game of the year as this one slipped through in behind for Belichick. Eventually ends up in the arms of Beating. Maybe a couple shouts to the referee inquiring for a penalty. But he was satisfied with what he saw. The Athenians go close to making it 3. Quick slip through, perfectly weighted ball from Smith. And looks like nothing really in it. It's good defending from Hannah Wright, who got caught behind but managed to poke it away nonetheless. Belichick got 1 goal this year. It was a crucial game winner in Round Rock against Wilco. Started the 7-game winning streak that the Athenians currently enjoying. Gordon can't get it back to Doble. It's out for an Athenians throw. 1 loss on the year for San Antonio, coming in the area against Lone Star Republic. And if the 2 favorites advance, that should set up a mouth-watering rematch tomorrow. Eden Bretzer, 1 against 1 now. Comes onto her favored left foot. The strike from distance. It's right at the goalkeeper. Purple and white, not afraid to shoot from distance. It's already paid dividends once for Emma Durain. Who played 74 times for DBU in her collegiate career, scoring 3 goals. She's matched that total this year in 9 appearances for the Athenians. Good footwork that time from Valerie Morris. Promising attack cut out by Jamie Erickson. Durain battling in midfield. Eventually arrives at the feet of Belichick. Wide for Bretzer.
Huh? Yeah, of course.
Ferris drops it back as Ashley Newland's got some space. Looking for the ball into the channel just over the head of Smith. Durain's first to pounce on the loose ball. Ferris got the shout man on from the bench and was able to turn away from the pressure just in time. Smith on the turn at the top of the box. Two defenders able to get it away from the leading scorer for San Antonio. Currently, as it stands, got the game winner. Still a long time to go, and there's space in the middle. But Ledford opted not to slip it in behind. And San Antonio able to deal with it. Certainly a lane for that pass. I don't know if she saw it. Got a different vantage point from up here in the booth. Doble looks to go direct. Maggie Miller volleys it clear. I'm not sure if that was meant to be a back pass or a clearance. Either way, it was mishit. It's going to be a corner for San Antonio. Some of the big targets will come up from the back. Belichick, Erickson. Certainly look to get on the end of this one. Erickson, if you've watched a majority of the Athenians games this year like I have, she's won so many headers from corner kicks and has yet to find a goal herself. What better time to do it than the playoffs? At that time, the corner kick doesn't even end up in play from Peyton Bretzer, uncharacteristically so. So no chance for Erickson on that one to try and find her first goal of the year. Also a pretty accomplished free kick taker. The only free kick goal for the Athenians this year came from Amanda Smith a couple of games ago against Backcountry. Miller trying to watch this one out of bounds, but it just spun in play. And she puts it out for a throw-in. Nicuria will take. Instead, she'll leave it for Lindsay Gordon. Looks like Side FC going to opt to try and take a long throw in here. 5 players in the area. And Gordon clears the runway. Launches it in. Flicked on twice. And out for a corner. Last touch off of Maggie Miller. The long throw is going to be a very viable strategy for teams here at R.L. Anderson Stadium. The width of the field allowing the ball pretty much into the 6-yard box if you're close enough. From throw-ins. It's a corner kick now for Side FC. Sent towards the back post. And the heads go up. Header was won by Morris. Couldn't keep it on frame. Got 5 minutes remaining here in the first half of action. It's the first of 2 UWS regional semifinals here at R.L. Anderson Stadium tonight. Later on, it'll be Lone Star Republic facing off against FC Austin Elite. Austin Elite announced this week they'll be hosting the national tournament next weekend. Win or lose, it'll be in Round Rock. And that'll be very good to hear for the winner of this regional tournament. It's going to be... Oh, what a goal that is! Joe Nicuria out of nothing has Side FC back into the game. Looked like it maybe was a cross, but instead, off the bar and in for Joan Nicuria. Wilderman not even really off her line at all. And our second terrific goal today. One for both sides now. The Side FC have a lifeline with under 5 minutes to go in the first half. 13th goal of the season for Joe Nikiria. A special talent offensively, and she showed it there. See how the Athenians respond. Coach Mello, he might be unhappy that the goal went in. He can't really be unhappy with anyone of his players on that play. Forced the star striker deep into the corner. Cut back onto what is presumably not her favored left foot. And then she just put it in the top corner. Just got to hold your hands up sometimes. Out of play for an Athenians goal kick. As I was saying before we were interrupted by that terrific finish. The winner of this weekend's regional tournament here in Mansfield will really enjoy having to just travel to Austin, as teams will be coming from California, the Northeast, the Midwest to compete for that UWS National Championship. Newland down the line, cut out. Side FC finding some energy off the back of that goal. Athenians had a couple opportunities to make it 3-0 and really put it away here in the first half. Instead, there's going to be plenty of work to do in the second 45, so we approach the interval. Bretzer can't pick out a teammate. That pass just overhit. Down the line for Smith. Touch into the path of Belichick. Clearance was blocked. Ferris can't control it. And there's 4 in the attack now for Side FC. The ball fizzed into Joan Nikira. No way that she could control that one. The Athenians just losing a step, maybe of confidence, maybe that initial burst of energy gone. Certainly Side FC, the team that now have all the wind in their sails. And really, out of absolutely nothing. A truly special goal for the forward out of Uganda. Played at a couple of different schools since coming to the United States. Here she is again, same spot. This time she'll pick out a cross. And Wilderman didn't look comfortable that time. As soon as Nikiria shaped that one to cross, you know Mia Wilderman a little more on guard than last time. Don't think it ever was bound for goal. Goalkeeper just wanted to be sure. Stuck a big right hand up. It was announced just about 2 hours before the game that Wilderman, for the second time this season, won Save of the Week. There's also named to the Team of the Week back in week 6. So we need another ball here to finish out the first half. That one bouncing into the bleachers. Throw in, won by Belichick. Last touch off Side FC. And we are in stoppage time here of the first half in Mansfield. Bretzer into the feet of Durain. Eden Bretzer had some space to turn. Bree Doble closed that space down well. Repelled the attack for the moment. And she'll do so here once again with a header out wide. Newland gets it back from Durain. Takes it wide. Bretzer goes inside. And it's into the channel now for Smith. Put that a play by Hannah Wright. Maybe a chance for the Athenians to take a long throw of their own. Seen a couple players do it for San Antonio throughout this season. One of them, Allison Fahey, is on the bench today. I'm sure we'll see her in the second half. Newland, ball to Durain. Lifts the cross in. The bounce was high enough for Beating to claim it comfortably as Amanda Smith was in the area. Miscue there for Miller. It's out for another side FC throw. Into our 3rd minute of stoppage time here in the first half. And that will do it. An action-packed first half comes to an end here at R.L. Anderson Stadium. The scoring started with Amanda Smith before Emma Durain put a goal of the season contender into the top corner from 25 yards. But then, with 5 minutes to go, Joe Nikiria pulled something out of nothing, a rabbit out of the hat, putting a pretty much 0.0 expected goal chance into the top corner. Nothing Mia Wilderman could do about that one, and that has us finally poised for the second half. You see the final stats, 7 shots on target for the Athenians, just the 1. And what a shot it was for Side FC. See what the 2 coaches have to say at halftime, what adjustments they choose to make coming out for the second 45. When we return in just about 15 minutes, you're watching the UWS Regional Semifinal on Maikujo. Welcome you back here to RL Anderson Stadium for the second 45 minutes of action in the first UWS Southwest semifinal. Thus far, the Athenians lead 2-1 on goals from Amanda Smith and Emma Durain. One of those canceled out by a terrific effort from Joan Nikiria. If you missed the first half, definitely go track down those highlights. Some great goals on both sides. And they have us finally poised for a second 45. Sorry about the echo there. We got a free kick on the far side. The Athenians in the all-white, now moving from left to right. And Side FC in the navy blue with red and gold accents. Looks like a couple of changes for the Athenians. Looks like Jade Piper on the right wing, taking the place of Eden Bretzer. And maybe a swap on the left side as Ashley Cathro starting the game here as the left winger with Peyton Bretzer holding down the left back spot behind. Amanda Smith will take an effort from distance. Everybody's feeling it. Goalkeeper's on high alert. Smith shot that time off target. Piper, the substitute for the Athenians, formerly of University of the Incarnate Word, originally out of Corpus Christi, has 1 goal and 1 assist in 9 appearances this year in UWS play. Belichick, also of Corpus Christi and UIW. And because of that, pretty close with Jade Piper off the field. These two combined now in the right wing. Amanda Smith, top of the box, onto her left foot. Space to maybe shoot, instead drops it off to Durain. Now Belichick, 18 yards from goal. Ferris keeps it away from the defender. Belichick looks for the scooped pass in behind. And the Athenians press once again, causing problems for the side out of Tulsa. And now Belichick in behind, 2 to her left. Can she find the cutback cross? No, couldn't get the hips around and keep the cross in play. But again, it's when the Athenians win the ball back that they create opportunities. Saw it throughout the first half, and already the 15-minute break giving the team out of San Antonio a chance to catch their breath and now reapply that same level of intensity in the press. Reagan Beating takes the goal kick. Looks like that one is onto the chest of substitute Abby Cooper, who we now notice has taken the field for Side FC here in the second half. Substitution confirmed for Side FC. Abby Cooper into the game for Lindsay Gordon. This one's sent in. Just about reaches the 18-yard box. Now Bretzer and Cathro combine. 2 Canadians. Look for a third. And Amanda Smith. And the pass is off target. But Smith right back on it. Wins it back for the Athenians. Piper to her right. And the overlap comes from Newland. Always a willing runner, but that pass runs out of play ahead of the advancing fullback. Looks like maybe a change in shape. You see 2 strikers out there at the moment for Side FC. It was a midfielder / forward on for a defender. An aggressive change as they play a goal behind here. Miller coming across to try and deal with Nikiria and gets there first, Maggie Miller. One of the longest tenured Athenians players, originally out of Manhattan, Kansas, but went to high school in San Antonio and played 4 years at Our Lady of the Lake University in town. Started all 75 games during her tenure there for the Saints. And she started every game that she's been available for the Athenians. 6 appearances now, 6 starts in the back line for Coach Mello. Hopeful ball lofted in by Hannah Wright. It's like a 3-5-2 for Side FC coming out of the break. We'll see if that holds true, or if Maybe some players were just shifted up and down the field in possession. Ball runs out of play, and Peyton Bretzer will take the ball from Coach Mello and take the throw. Some of the players for FC Austin Elite arriving. They're in the stands down to my right. We'll be playing in the second semifinal today, facing off against the home team, the host, the number 1 seed, Lone Star Republic. Nikiria quickly takes the throw. Erickson across to shield this one out of play. Takes a big bump from behind. Referee will give the Athenians a goal kick. Erickson maybe wanting more, and at least a talking to from the referee is what ensues. No yellow card. There's been no booking so far for either team. It's been a physical game, but referee not having to use his whistle too much. Wildeman takes the goal kick onto the head of Cathro. Flicked on to Smith. Wide for Durain. Cannoned off the side FC player. And it's a throw in for purple and white. Cathro loses out that time. We saw her come out as a left winger a couple of times towards the end of the season as Coach Mello looked to give her an opportunity to express herself offensively. She got her only goal of the year as a sweet backheel flick there from Hannah Wright keeps play ticking for Side FC. Only goal of the year for Ashley Cathro came in Round Rock against Back Country. It's the opener of a 4-0 win on the road. The Canadian defender also has an assist this season. Has appeared in all 10 games. Plays her college ball with Illinois and has represented Canada at U17 and U20 level 11 times. He brought a level of pedigree and experience to the Athenians. Here she is on the ball once again. Ashley Cathro. 1 against 1. Quick hesitation. Beats her defender to the end line. Low cross in. No runners at the near post in white. And it's repelled for the moment, but it's back into the box now with Smith. Smith rides one tackle and fires the shot wide of the frame. Whereas the Athenians have played up front with 2 strikers for a lot of this season. It's been Amanda Smith up there alone today, tasked with occupying the 2 center backs, and she showed right there she can do just that. Rode a couple of tackles from the 2 defenders. Got the shot away. Already 1 goal to her name tonight. 10 goals on the year. Smith heads that one back to Durain. Look to return it to the striker. Repelled away. Tracked down by Newland. Newland, no nonsense. Just launches this one into the channel where no one will be able to track it down. So Abby Cooper, the substitute for Side FC, who played 4 years at Texas A&M and is a former Texas High School Player of the Year back in 2015. She's fouled here. Has come off the bench and set up right alongside Joe Nikiria in the attack. Tactical adjustments for Coach McLaurin coming out of the break. After his side only took 1 shot in the first half. And it wasn't from a particularly good angle or position on the field, but nonetheless, Nikiria put it in the top corner, giving his team a chance to come back here in the second half. But in terms of the run of play, certainly needed to see some changes, and he came out and adjusted the shape. And a chance here as Erickson's caught out. But Jamie Erickson recovering. It's an excellent slide tackle. She's slow to get up now. Pat on the back from Mia Wildeman. It looked like Side FC were going to have a chance at the equalizing goal. Get a look at it here. Erickson just misjudges that ball. And the first touch from Valerie Morris took her beyond the Athenian center back. A last-ditch effort. ended the opportunity for that moment, but now a corner kick for Side FC. Mia Wildeman claims. Strong catch for the standout at James Madison High School. And future Nebraska University goalkeeper. 7 appearances this year for Wildeman. 6 of them from the start. 3 shutouts and 39 saves coming into today. A real breakout performance actually wasn't a UWS game. It was the international friendly against Club America Femenil, in which she made 13 saves and drew attention from the Club America fans online who were clamoring for their team to sign her up after the game was over. Shows the pedigree that she has in between the posts for the Athenians. Also, of course, another strong option in goal. Blair Curry, who's on the bench today, goalkeeper from New Zealand, who's been to a U17 World Cup where her country took 3rd place. Strength and depth has been a big theme this year for San Antonio. Not only utilizing the local talent, but going abroad. You got the 5 Canadian players in addition to Blair, who's from New Zealand. Especially on the road and some of the tough games where the weather's hot like it is today, that depth has so often been crucial. See a couple more substitutes warming up in the distance for the Athenians. Looks like it may be Melissa Mior, who's a late addition to the roster here in 2021. Looking to make her 4th appearance of the year. The only substitute so far was Jade Piper. She brings it forward now down the right side. Drop back to Beating and clears the line. Header won by Belichick, flicked on by Helene Ferris. Nikiria now, the ball and some space to roam. Running right at the Athenians' back line. Strong tackle from Belichick. And Durain dribbles clear of the pressure. Cathro cuts inside. Ashley Cathro into the feet of Smith. Smith takes a big bump. And the referee's whistle goes. Free kick for San Antonio. Certainly an interesting dynamic when both Peyton Bretzer and Ashley Cathro possess so much on offense as well as on defense. Or you can just have the versatility, just switch them depending on the matchup, depending on what each player's feeling like doing. Bretzer already with 1 assist today. Sends this one in. Cleared away by Side FC. Held up by Cooper. Dropped off to Edgar. Wants the ball into the channel for Nikiria. But Piper back, doing her defensive duty. And a whistle goes. Free kick for the Athenians right on the halfway line. As we're accustomed to seeing, Erickson will line it up. Gets a lot behind this one. It's intended for Cathro. Falls to the feet of Durain. Smith on the turn. Loses out that time to Doble. And it's out of play for a throw. The Athenians will make their 2nd change of the game. Helene Ferris coming off. A strong 60-minute or so shift from her, and Melissa Mior onto the field for Coach Mello. Mior making her 4th appearance, has 1 goal and an assist this year. She joined from another local women's side in San Antonio, the Corinthians. Shot here from distance, deflected. The deflection took the power out of the shot. Beating was able to comfortably claim. So Belichick now sitting behind Mior and Durain, the 2 more advanced midfielders. Bretzer, good anticipation, wins that back. Mior got the insurance goal in the regular season finale for the Athenians, the second in a 2-0 win against FC Austin Elite. In her 3 appearances for the Corinthians, she showed that same nose for goal. 3 goals for her previous team as well. Three goals in this game so far. 2 for the Athenians, and they look for more. Smith wide for Piper. Jade Piper isolates her defender in the corner. Never a spot you want to be in as a defender. The quickness of Jade Piper is so threatening from a standstill or in the open field. As now Coach Mello makes another change. And it's the goal scorer of the second for the Athenians, Emma Durain, who heads to the bench. 60 minutes of action for her and 1 terrific goal to go with it. It's Olivia Wright who comes in to bring some fresh legs into midfield. Midfielder out of San Antonio, currently of Texas State. She looks to get on the end of this cross right away as Mior sent it in. Mior takes the throw, gets it back from Smith. Mior now with a pop from distance on the left foot. Certainly a directive coming from the 2 coaches. Take shots. Seen a lot of efforts from distance, 2 of them in the back of the net. Goal kick taken short to Bree Doble. They like to play through Doble. She's got time and space to pick the head up and find a pass to a teammate. A more experienced member of that Side FC back line, Hannah Wright alongside her. She's a 04 birth year, most recently playing for Westside Alliance. It's a top team in that age group. There's 4 current or former WSA Academy players in the lineup today for the team out of Tulsa. Side FC really formed as a top team to head up that academy and show a pipeline from youth teams all the way up to that semi-professional and 1J professional level. And for that, they've got the opportunity to have a look at tons of players from their academy and pick out the ones that they think will best suit their team each season in UWS. You see confirmation of that substitution. Mior in for Ferris. Piper giving chase here. Doble forced to just put it out of play. Throw in taken quickly. It's back to Cathro and back into touch. Another Athenians throw coming. Substitution for Side FC is Carson Lynch. Comes in for Raquel Finelli. Lynch, another Westside Alliance product, the 03 age group. He's committed to Rogers State University at the Division II level coming up this fall. Smith looks to turn. Crowded off it by Gornell. Smith commits the foul. 2 changes so far for Coach McLaurin and Side FC. 3 changes for the Athenians. See how that affects the run and play on the field. It's been played pretty much exclusively in the Side FC defensive half so far in the second half. So Wright has another pop from distance. The left-footed shot, a low roller into the arms of Beating. Punt allowed to bounce once. Miller trying to track it down. It's at the feet of Nikiria. Nikiria makes the run in behind. It's perfectly weighted into her path. Erickson tracking back, takes the bump. Referee says no foul. Erickson gets up and comes away with the ball. It's a precarious position to be in there as a defender. The pace of Nikiria bearing down on you. And you take that bump, maybe if you accidentally handle the ball, you're headed to the penalty spot. Or if the ball pops free from Nikiria, it's 2-2. Erickson did just enough there. And immediately we're going the other way with Amanda Smith. She can't keep that one in play. Cut in and fired a shot out of frustration, maybe. It was right at the goalkeeper. Coach Milo will be the happier of the two coaches with the lead and 25 minutes to go. You get the feeling that a third goal may be required to see this one out and to confirm a first ever postseason victory for San Antonio. Miller pokes that away from Nikiria. And it's all the way back to Beating in goal for Side FC. Doble looks to go direct, only onto the head of Belichick. Space for right. Give and go with Jade Piper. The return pass cut out. And Belichick, on a rare occasion there, she loses a header. But Mior's on it. Melissa Mior, fresh off the bench, into the path of Smith. Turns past one defender, sits her down. It's still not cleared, and Wright misses a sitter. Oh, it was right there for number 3. Chaos unfolding in the penalty area. And I don't think Olivia will mind me saying that that's a golden opportunity to put this one further out of reach. Just needed to hit it with the instep, went with the outside of the foot, and it skewed horribly wide from just about 10 yards out. I've seen some goals of real quality in this game. That one didn't have to be. The young midfielder of Texas State snatched at the opportunity, and we stay at 2-1. Side FC stay in the game. See how Wright can respond. Wins it back that time for her team. Got to play with a short memory, especially when a chance pops up like that. Looking for her first Athenians goal still. Olivia Wright. Perfectly weighted ball in behind. Jade Piper with Amanda Smith in the middle. Piper takes a bump from Hannah Wright and wins a corner. Great service down the line there from Jamie Erickson. As the sun's making it difficult now to see. Should have brought my sunglasses. Second corner of the game, third corner of the game for the Athenians. Bretzer's had one that was put into a dangerous area, one that never entered the field of play. See what she has on offer this time. In-swinging service on the left foot towards the back post. Belichick! And it's wide of the far post. Great service. Belichick rises highest. The Athenians go close again. Get a look at the replay. 2 hands raised for Peyton Bretzer. And Belichick just 6 inches or so away from extending the lead. Mior wins it back in a dangerous area. 5 in the attack for San Antonio. Mior from distance. That time on the right foot. That time sailing wide. Got fans and players starting to arrive for the later game. That one's set to kick off at 8:30, just an hour from now. As of now, the Athenians will face the winner. Still 21 minutes to go. Piper around the corner. Jade Piper, did you keep it in play? No. It's the quickness of Jade Piper, but just ran over the line that time. Newland, the booming clearance. Isn't going to let Nikiria anywhere near that ball. And it's back in the arms of Reagan Beating. The 3 4 remaining substitutes on the bench for the Athenians: Blair Curry, Sarah Bahi, Channing Borden, and Allison Fahey. Most defensive option of the 3 would be to bring in Sarah Bahi, former UTSA Roadrunner. Or if Coach Mello wants to go for broke and find goal number 3, he might turn to Fahey or Borden. 3 changes also still available to Coach McLaurin. Danielle Grimminger, Gabby Armstrong, and Jaden Bassler still on the bench for Side FC. You see them there sitting next to the coaching staff. It's a free kick for their team just in front of the bench. The Athenians set up their line on the 20-yard line. Newland wins the header. Piper will give chase. Its last touch by Side FC. Looks like Gabby Armstrong actually entered the game already for the Tulsa side. She was the one that put that one out of play. When I saw the number 22, I started to be a little confused. She's out there now, playing left back as this one's sent in. Olivia Wright, closest to it for the Athenians. Now Bretzer with the ball in her hands on the far side. Controlled in the area by Cathro. Cathro looking to turn. Solid defense that time, but the Athenians keep possession, keep the pressure on. It's lofted in by Bretzer. Strong claim, though, by the goalkeeper. Immediately looking to go the other way. Miller stops any hope of a counterattack that time. Newland goes wide for Mior. Down the line for Piper. Terrific interplay down the right side. Can Wright keep this one in play? No. Just slightly overhit by Newland. Visibly frustrated with herself there. Some good combination play, though, from the substitutes, Piper and Mior. For some technical difficulties. There we are. We're back. Didn't miss anything. Just Reagan Beating taking her time with the goal kick. Last touch off Olivia Wright. It'll be a Side FC throw. 18 minutes to go. Winner moves on to face either Lone Star Republic or FC Austin Elite. Winner of the weekend tournament will head to the national event in Austin next weekend. Piper looks for the ball into the path of Smith. 3 in the attack for Side FC. They slow it down with Abby Cooper. And Bretzer tracked that one down, but Nakiria was offside anyway. The 1-goal lead for San Antonio just doesn't feel secure at all with Nakiria up front for Side FC. 13 goals on the season, and the pace to punish any slight mistake at the back. Ball in behind now. Chance to make it 3. And it's a terrific save by Beating. It was Ashley Cathro who got him behind and fired the shot at the near post. Good flicked on header by Piper. And a 1v1 opportunity. Cathro with a pretty accurate shot towards that near post. Well turned away. Certainly have been chances for 3. Can they find another one here from the corner? Mior sends it in towards the back post. Erickson meets it. The header's comfortably into the arms of the goalkeeper. Beating sends her team up the field. Booming punt. Flicked on by Lynch in midfield. Bretzer wanted the back heel, but Nakiria able to dispossess the Canadian defender. Miller back on hand to deal with it, and Wright brings it clear. Give and go was on. Amanda Smith couldn't find the pass back to Wright. Attack stays alive with Cathro down the left. Doble goes back to her goalkeeper. Side FC starting to leave more players forward in the attack. Indians have to be careful. Nikiria in some space at the moment on the far side. Erickson intercepts the ball from Cooper. Game getting really stretched at the moment, even with the changes in midfield for both teams. Tired legs starting to set in, and I think it's a good time for the water break. Referees agree. So with 15 minutes to go, this game delicately poised. 2-1 to the Athenians. You're watching the UWS Southwest semifinal on My Cujo. I'm ready. So one change for the Athenians coming out of the water break as Allison Fahey enters the game for Ashley Cathro. Allison Fahey, a 4-year member of the Athenians, one of the longest tenured players in club history. Made 9 appearances this year, just a couple of starts, mostly playing off the bench, and has 1 goal and a pair of assists to her name. Offside flag goes up here against Side FC. So looks like Bretzer will finish the game out as the left back. Cathro's night is finished. She'll hope to have 90 more minutes to go tomorrow if her teammates can get this one over the line. Erickson launches that one perfectly into the path of Allison Fahey, who takes it on the chest. The left-footed effort just lacked conviction. A pinpoint service from the back from Jamie Erickson. Said that a few times tonight. And the substitute had a chance to make an immediate impact. Couldn't take it. So 2 field players left on either bench. As Wright is able to win that header in midfield. Hannah Wright for Side FC puts it out of play. Looks like one change may be on its way for the Tulsa side. Smith just waits for that one to drop to her feet. It's put in behind. Jade Piper. It's going to give that every opportunity to hold up for her. Eventually arrived in the hands of the goalkeeper. Belichick controls it. Launches it to her good friend Jade down the right wing. Hannah Wright tried to put that one into touch. Didn't get there. And Piper tried to force it towards Smith. But it ends up once again in the arms of Beating, who's been very involved in the second half particularly. First half, had to pick up the ball out of her net twice. It's been pivotal in making sure that she hasn't. Here in the second 45. Couple of big saves, couple of big misses for San Antonio. And that means with 10 minutes to go, it's still a 1-goal game. Beating lines up this goal kick. Mior gets a foot to it. She'll track this one down. Does well to keep it in place. Send it down the line. Piper with the dummy. Lets it run through. Doble saw it from about 20 yards away and came across to deal with it. Bree Doble's been excellent today. Really led this young back line. Another change coming. Tristan Edgar going off. And we'll see it's either Jaden Bassler or Daniel Grimminger. Out of play for another Athenians throw. Into the feet of Smith. Open the scoring today. Way back in the 8th minute. Can she put the finishing touch on a potential semifinal win? Just thought she had a corner there. The referee disagreeing. It's out for a goal kick. Launched ahead. It came off the head of Izzy Belichick. And chance may be on now for Side FC. Put wide for Nikiria. Did she hold her run on side? Yes, says the linesman. Step over from Nikiria. Takes the shot herself. And two players end up down in the aftermath of that opportunity. Athenians have one defensive option left on their bench. Should Maggie Miller be unable to continue here. The bigger concern has to be with Side FC as their star striker lays stricken on the field here. This will add to the stoppage time that we'll see to conclude today's game. Miller and Nikiria both back up to their feet after a quick discussion with the athletic trainer. Looks like Nikiria will have to go off. Side FC, of course, will do anything they can to keep her out on the field. Both players actually will wait for the referee to wave them back on as Wilderman takes the goal kick. Wright wins the header in midfield, flicked on again by Smith. Fahey tracks it down, puts it down the line for Olivia Wright. 4 in the attack at the moment for San Antonio. Drop back to Fahey for the diagonal ball onto the head of Jade Piper. Doesn't stand the tallest in stature, but got a head to that one. Couldn't control it. Inside FC go the other way. Fahey in the center circle. Made the intervention. And Miller and Nakiri are back out on the field for the final 5 minutes plus stoppages. Side FC definitely have that sense of urgency as their season is at risk. Finished as the number 3 team in the UWS Southwest with a 5-4-1 record. And this actually was the final score when these two teams met earlier in the season. Athenians taking it 2-1 on home soil. Fahey into Smith. Good ball roll past one defender. Again, asking for the referee's whistle. Nothing doing that time. And here is Sarabahi. It's going to come on for Peyton Bretzer. Bretzer got the assist on the opening goal. Her 6th of the season, but her part in this one has concluded. Sarabahi will come in to play left back for the remainder. 4 years at UTSA for the Houston native. Made 67 appearances. Has made 7, now 8 in UWS this year. Wright, strong midfield player, rides a couple of challenges. And Amanda Smith will have another pop from distance, but she just leaning back. And it sailed harmlessly over the bar. It's like 3-4-3 at the moment for Side FC. As Ledford, Nakiria, and Abby Cooper make up the front line. Chasing that equalizing goal. That would send this one to extra time. Throw in taken by Armstrong down the line. Onto the head of Newland, off the head of Piper, and we'll do it again. Again, straight onto the head of Jade Piper. The header doesn't have much distance behind it. Side FC retain possession with Daniel Grimminger on the far side. Grimminger caught out of position. There's space in behind for Olivia Wright. A couple of players getting into the attack to her right. Olivia Wright dumped to the turf. Referee says no foul. And now there's 4 players out of position for San Antonio. If Side FC can go quickly. Nakiria on the ball. Great challenge by Fahey. Dribbles it clear, finds the pass to Smith. And Olivia Wright called for a foul. Hard challenge in midfield. Maybe born out of frustration from that previous chance. Nine fouls for both teams in this game. Pretty even on that front. Grimminger sends it forward. Newland, another intervention. Plenty of distance behind that clearance. It goes all the way to the goalkeeper beating. Unfortunately, no electronic board to let us know how much stoppage time there'll be. You have to think with the injury stoppages and the water break, at least a couple of minutes coming. That'll be all that's left for Side FC to find an equalizer. Amanda Smith, left side of the box, happy to take this one into the corner and watch the clock wind down. Tries to knock it off a defender behind for a corner. Instead it spins and stays in play. 3v3 now, going the other way, but Maggie Miller is on hand to put out the fire. And Newland swings a foot at it, launches it clear. The two rights coming together. Olivia Comes out on top. Olivia Wright wins it back in the box for the Athenians. Keeps it in play. Cut back cross towards Piper. But it was solid defending, doing just enough for Side FC. Anna Gornell is back and on hand. We are now in stoppage time. It's all up to the referee. How much time will he add on? The Athenians playing in their first ever postseason game, trying to advance to the conference final. Just need to see this one over the line in the last couple of minutes. Flicked off the head of Cooper. Belichick battling in midfield. It's wide with Nikiria. Nikiria with a hopeful effort. Of course, we say that. She scored from an even more difficult angle in the first half. As a nearby horn sounds on a train indicating potential conclusion of this game. The referee, though, keeps his whistle by his side. Mior composed in midfield. Belichick put under pressure, goes back to the veteran midfielder out of Florida. Newland brings it forward, has Piper to her right, but Piper couldn't hold the run. And the offside flag is up. Just one burst of the referee's whistle. The Athenians are looking for 3 to end this game. Gabby Armstrong wins it back. Put forward for Ledford. Fahey sends it down the field. Athenians content to sit back and say, well, let's see what you got. Can you break us down in this final minute? Newland with yet another clearance. Any intention to maybe find that third goal now has vanished. The Athenians content with a 2-1 victory. It's a scoreline that they got against Side FC earlier this year, and it would be plenty for them today. Referee checks his watch. Newland taking every second, adjusting her shin guards. Referee actually dropped his whistle. Will he raise it to his lips? We wait as Piper brings it into the corner. Jade Piper cuts back. She'll shield the ball away from the defender. Stays with the Athenians and Ashley Newland. Loose touch there from Piper. Now in the 3rd minute of stoppage time. If you missed the first half, that's where all the scoring came. Goals from Amanda Smith in the 8th minute. Emma Durain with a highlight reel worthy attempt in the 23rd. And then an even better goal got Side FC back in the game as the Athenians make one last change. Channing Borden on in the final moments of this one for Amanda Smith. The referee was looking around as if maybe he had blown the final whistle. Instead, he just letting Amanda Smith know she needs to at least jog to the line. Channing Borden's been a regular scorer off the bench for the Athenians. I don't think she'll have much time or intention to do that today. Third goal would be great, but really just need to see out this win. Piper out to Borden, who will indeed head to the corner. Borden, defender draped on her back, sees it roll out of play. Be a Side FC throw. Nearly into the 5th minute of stoppage time. Jade Piper wins another header from a throw-in. It's out for a goal kick. Another check of the watch for the referee. Coach Mello wondering how much more time will go before the final whistle. Olivia Wright gets a foot to it following the goal kick. Mior wins another header. 4v3 for the Athenians in attack. Olivia Wright has Fahey out to her left. Now Allison Fahey takes the shot on. And a save for Reagan Beating. Diving down to her right. But we play on here in Mansfield, Texas. Ball forward for Ledford. Wide for Cooper, but it runs out of play. Away from the former Aggie at Texas A&M. Is the season just slipping away here for Side FC? Referee going to give them every opportunity to find one last chance. Maggie Miller sends that one skyward and clear. Newland cuts it out. And there's the final whistle. The Athenians win their first ever postseason game 2-1 on the back of goals from Amanda Smith and Emma Durain. Definitely go find those highlights. They were terrific goals today in the first half. For the second time this year, San Antonio defeats Side FC 2-1. And you see it was a very much one-sided game in terms of shots on target. Side FC looking to hit on the counters when possible and really didn't threaten Mia Wilderman outside of that effort from Nikiria that found its way into the top corner. So the Athenians advance, and they'll face the winner of Lone Star Republic and FC Austin Elite. That game coming up, 8:30 kickoff. You can find the link on the UWS Twitter or the Lone Star Republic page as well. Should be an excellent matchup between the top team in the conference and one of the longest tenured members of the UWS, FC Austin Elite. For now, my name has been Ryan Figger. It's been a joy to bring you this UWS playoff action on my Cujo. And it's the number 2 team in the conference winning 2-1. San Antonio moves on. Today, they come in with a 4-5-1 record, having just squeaked into the final spot of the regional tournament. Starting lineup first for Lone Star Republic as we're underway here in Mansfield. The Bailey Heffernan in goal. Back for Brennan Boswell, Rocky Herrera, Kelsey Hodges, Emma Heckenden. A midfield of Jackie Cortez, Michaela Uyakpei, and Kenny Kessler. And we're immediately in behind here with Mimi Assam in behind. And a huge save from Elizabeth Harrington. The opening moments of this game, Austin Elite caught out at the back. To round out the Lone Star Republic 11, Emily Jorgens, Mimi Assam, who just had that chance, and Maya Ulloa. Kessler on the ball, again looking to get in behind with Assam. We'll quickly get to the FC Austin Elite lineup. The goalkeeper, Elizabeth Harrington, already called into action once. The back line of Aaron Webb, Sophie Sanchez, Amanda Lisberger, and Rachel D'Amico. Midfield, Carolina Haro, Alejandra Escobar, and Brittany Flowers. And the front line of Vanessa Valadez, Ryan Hierholzer, and Jordan O'Brien. Golden opportunity for Lone Star Republic, who have been so clinical this season. Scored 41 goals, the most in the conference, and they've been tied at the back as well, only giving up 5, even after losing one of their starting center backs, Madison Hall, halfway through the year. Bailey Heffernan in goal for LSR from Shawnee, Kansas. Been a couple years at Iowa State, and is now the starter at Texas Women's University. First touch of the ball in midfield for Jackie Cortez, the captain, number 8, for the home team. The move breaks down, but LSR retain possession. A chance maybe on the counterattack as Valadez puts on the pressure. Valadez, one of a couple players that are debuting for the team in red. A shot from distance comes in from Haro, who's not making her debut. She's appeared in every game this season for the visitors. It's Valadez and O'Brien, who have no recorded stats this year, so take that to mean they're playing their first game in the red and black of Elite. And they'll hope that those two playing on either wing can provide the necessary impact to cause a shock upset here, really. The odds are heavily stacked against the visitors. Kessler, shot from distance. That one goes harmlessly wide. But so many shots off of her right or left foot found themselves in the back of the net this season. 12 goals, 5 assists in just 8 appearances for Kenny Kessler. And she was the conference leader in goals before the earlier game. Now trails by 1. Plenty of time in this game for her to maybe find 1 or 2 and go back in front. LSR might count themselves unlucky that they aren't already in front. As Assam, the former standout at Princeton, former Ivy League Offensive Player of the Year, doesn't miss those opportunities very often. 7 goals, 1 assist on the year for the number 9, and just 5 appearances. Throw-in will be taken by Heckendern. Launched into the box, cleared away by Elite. Heckendern loses out, wins it back at the second time of asking. Former TCU winger, played in a more defensive role today. Had 17 goals and 22 assists across her career for the Horned Frogs. Great dummy on the far side, but field's too narrow, runs out of play. Cortez appealing. The referee points in favor of the red and black. pass easily intercepted by Ulloa. 3 in the attack for LSR. Kessler down the right wing, sends the cross in. Cleared away. Retained by Uyakpei. Assam, couple of defenders on her back. Drop it off just to keep possession. Uyakpei takes it on the left foot. And Harrington, diving down to her left, pushes it out of bounds for a corner. Harrington was in the UWS Team of the Week a couple weeks ago in Week 7. Has a pair of clean sheets and 34 saves this year. During the school year plays for UT Club. He's going to have a lot to do in this game, one would expect. Elite clear this one away. And immediately, 1v1 at the back. Well marshaled by Heckentern. Jordan O'Brien was furthest forward for Austin. Saw plenty of former Hurricanes at Tulsa University last game for Side FC. Jordan O'Brien herself played there for 4 years as well, from 2011 to 14. He's the joint assist leader in program history for Tulsa. Austin will hope that she can provide something offensively today. Free kick for LSR. Earned the opportunity to host this regional. Their undefeated 10-0-0 record this year. They're coached by former U.S. Women's National Team player Casey Lloyd. He's also played at times for the team this season. She'll be staying on the touchline, it appears, tonight. Her husband's actually coach of the LSR men's team as well, Zach Lloyd, former FC Dallas standout. It's a foot race at the back here. And Rocky Herrera had a sufficient head start as O'Brien was lurking, putting the pressure on. The leading scorer this year for Austin is actually number 16, Ryan Hierholzer. Forward out of Philadelphia. Has 5 goals this year in 9 appearances. Throw-in runs all the way through. Controlled by D'Amico at the back. A searching ball over the top, looking for Hierholzer. LSR regain possession. Cortez in the middle. So difficult to dispossess. Jackie Cortez launches this one down the line. Most players wouldn't even think about keeping that one in, but Mimi Assam has plenty of pace. She tries to do so. It runs out of play just before she gets there. Cortez lays it back. Boswell. Forward for Ulloa. Ulloa now across to the left side. Her pass intercepted, and there's numbers in the attack going the other way. Valadez. Wanted the long diagonal ball in behind. Cut out. LSR play out of the pressure expertly. Heckentern, diagonal ball over the top. And now Boswell running at the defender 1-against-1. Cuts back onto her left foot. There's Kessler there. And Cortez fighting for it as well. Eventually, Austin Elite content to just launch it clear. Ball towards the back post. Intercepted. Both teams looking to go pretty direct offensively so far in the early goings of this game. So we are 10 minutes into the second semifinal here in the UWS Southwest Regional Tournament. Last touch off Elite, and it'll be a Lone Star throw. Throwing it into feet of Assam. His presence alone is causing Austin Elite defenders all kinds of problems. Assam went the closest either team has so far. Austin Elite looking to change that now with 4 in the attack. Long diagonal sent over the top. Valadez on the far side. Valadez gets the low cross in. Hierholzer with a chance, a golden opportunity. Just around the penalty spot. She sends it way high. Top scorer for Austin Elite. Gotta look at goal there now. Both strikers have had a chance. Still we remain scoreless here in Mansfield, Texas. Heffernan's goal kick. One in midfield by Escobar. Cortez overhits the diagonal. Be a throw-in for the visitors. Erin Webb, former Mizzou Tiger, takes it. She's playing left back tonight for the red and black. And here's a ball over the top. Goalkeeper stays at home. This may be trouble. Emily Jorgens in the attack now. Assam checks close. And there's all kinds of space in the middle for Kessler. And another golden opportunity for Lone Star Republic, turned away by Harrington. The 2 leading scorers for LSR have had their chances. Still all square. Couple of big saves in the early goings for the Austin Elite keeper. Closest that any team came to challenging this undefeated streak for the home team was when they traveled up to face off against Side FC, playing in Tulsa. LSR won, but only by 2-1, and by their lofty standards, that was a close call. Saw Side FC lose earlier in the first semifinal, 2-1. And thus, the San Antonio Athenians await the winner of tonight's match. The regional final will be played tomorrow here at R.L. Anderson Field. That one kicking off at 7 o'clock. These two teams currently fighting for the right to play in that game. Free kick for Lone Star Republic near the corner flag. They launch it clear. It's flicked on by Kessler. Ends up close to Assam. She loses out. A heavy touch in midfield, and it's back with the home team. Webb sends a clearance away. Assam goes to ground. Wanted the free kick. Keeps possession with Cortez. We got Pei wide for Ulloa. 1-against-1 now with Webb. Couple of step overs. Ulloa. Looks like she wants to stay on her right foot as she comes in field. Swings at it with the left. Breaks for Assam. Another shot blocked. Boswell tracks it down and keeps possession for LSR. Diagonal just under hit, and here Holzer got a head on it. But Heckendern brings it into the attack nonetheless. Runs into a brick wall in midfield. We got Pei, the defensive midfielder of the 3, coming across to shield the back line, puts it out for a throw. And Aaron Webb, the Castle Rock, Colorado native, takes the throw. Goes all the way through, and Herrera drops it back to Heffernan. Good composure from Hodges to evade the pressure, but her pass was intercepted in midfield. It's a strong start to the game for the visitors. 15 minutes gone. It nearly went horribly in the first minute. They've shown a good account of themselves despite finding themselves in 5th place in the conference standings at the end of the season. One of the original clubs in the UWS Southwest, and certainly proud of the impact they've made in the women's soccer landscape of Austin. A lot of times that's led to success on the field. This year, not so much, but nonetheless, the chance at a historic night, maybe knocking off the heavily favored LSR. Wide now for Jorgens. Cuts in field. Back onto her left. Emily Jorgens from distance! Held by Harrington. If you watched the first semifinal, you know to look out for some of these long-range strikes. A couple of terrific goals then. Emily Jorgens, who's no stranger to scoring. I was looking at her stats, almost not believing what I was seeing in her 4 years at Trinity University. Go Tigers. She played 93 games, started 89 of them, scored 59 goals, and made 88 assists. A 4 times All-American at the Division III level, Emily Jorgens. This year she's made 8 appearances and has 1 goal and 4 assists in a stacked LSR attack. A lot of times supporting this player on the ball here. Assam takes the shot from distance. Comfortable for Harrington. Looking like 5 saves already for the goalkeeper. Great pass from Hodges. Wide for Jorgens. Diagonal over the top. Looking for Kessler. Guess we're not going to give up on this ball. Kessler, another one with ridiculous stats at the Division III level. She played 4 years for Hardin Simmons, and in her 89 appearances, scored 84 goals and assisted 36 times. And I was going back to look, what happened in her career where she ended up not at a big Division I school, and reading through an interview, she was a left back all through her youth career, and finally, right before she graduated, one of her coaches decided to move her into a forward position to advance midfield area, and I'd say the rest is history. She went on to lead Hardin Simmons in goals, was the National Forward of the Year in 2019, a 2 times All-American, and also has experience playing professionally in Spain with Villarreal. She might have been wasted at left back. Already mentioned 12 goals, 5 assists this year for Kenny Kessler. Jorgens flicks that one on and will chase it down. It's put out in the touch by D'Amico. D'Amico making her 8th appearance of the season in the back line. Boswell drops it back. Arrives at the feet of Jorgens. Another diagonal. Searching over the top, looking for the run of Ulloa. It's tracked down by Kessler. Kessler, time to get her head up. Sends the cross in. Assam's at the back post. D'Amico did enough. Assam immediately applying the pressure. Austin Elite cleared their lines for the moment, but immediately back in the box. Mimi Assam on the turn. Loses out. It's cleared away by Harrington. Foul drawn by Jordan O'Brien. And will allow her teammates a rest. So you see some tired legs 20 minutes in. It's been a lot of defending for Austin Elite, as they would have expected coming into this game. But for Coach Felix Oscom on the touchline, he'll be happy. The score remains 0-0. They've had a chance at two of their own as well. Good turn from Valadez. Out for a red throw on the far side. Taken quickly. Haro had a shot from distance earlier. She'll do so again. Didn't get enough behind that one. Bounced that in front of Heffernan. Haro, just one goal this year, the midfielder from Ecuador, but she's already taken a couple of shots from distance in this one. With how stout the back line of Lone Star Republic has been this year, it's not a bad strategy to try and catch the goalkeeper out, only conceding 5 in 10 games. By far and away the tightest back line in the league. Free kick, couple of yards into the Austin Elite half. It's taken by D'Amico. Herrera turns and puts it into the channel where Assam will chase. Lisberger misplayed it, and Assam regains possession. Cortez in the center circle. Captain for LSR puts it wide for Jorgens. Jorgens tries to weight one over the top. It's just cut out by Webb. Another strike from distance. Harrington sprawling out to her left. In the end, watched it go wide. She was worried about it, though, from Maya Ulloa. Sophomore at Texas State. She's made 3 appearances so far. Harrington's goal kick onto the head of Hierholzer. But LSR win the second ball. Cortez tries to put it in behind for Jorgens. D'Amico on hand to intercept and win a throw for her team. Flicked forward. But Hodges brings it clear. Shot from distance from the center back. Scored from that range once this season. I was there in the win over the Athenians. Kelsey Hodges stepped into a shot from about 30 yards and put it into the back of the net. Cortez, difficult ball maybe for the center back to deal with, but the former UNT standout is composed as ever. Sent in behind here. Kessler looking to get on the end of the loose ball, sends it across and wins a corner. Kelsey Hodges is in the UNT Hall of Fame and is actually a current assistant coach for the program. She scored 32 goals and assisted 10 in 85 games as a defender for the Mean Green. She'll be up for this corner. And it's into the waiting arms of Harrington. Cortez misses the header, but ends up right at her feet. Finds the ball into the feet of Kessler. Kessler, 4 teammates alongside her. Kessler from distance. Again off target. Hasn't quite found her range so far in this game. Had a close range effort saved by Harrington. A couple shots from distance off target. She keeps getting shots, so it's only a matter of time before the midfielder out of Highland Village finds the back of the net, at least based on how it's gone for her in the last 5 years of her soccer career. Here, Holster tries to track this one down. Puts it out for an LSR throw. 25 minutes gone. We're still scoreless here in Mansfield. Chances at both ends, notably for Assam in the opening seconds of the game. And Kessler about 10 minutes later. And maybe a chance on here. Jorgen slips it in behind. Mimi Assam, one to beat, but the flag goes up. Always towing the line, although perhaps she doesn't need to. Possesses so much pace. Could even give the defenders a head start, and she'd probably still get there. Played 1 year professionally in Norway and made 2 appearances for Benfica in Portugal in 2020. Before the COVID shutdown. Certainly found a home in the front line for LSR. Hodges deals with that one. Possession retained with Haro. She immediately gives it away. Boswell. Searching ball over the top. Kessler made the run. She's on the end of it. Kessler onto her left foot. Kenny Kessler right at the goalkeeper. And a clean tackle puts it out for a corner kick. Kenny Kessler again. So close to opening the scoring. But Harrington was equal to it. Here, Holster, the only one that stays forward here for Austin Elite. Everyone else back on hand to try and defend the corner. Out-swinging ball sent in towards the top of the box. Cortez got a touch to it. LSR keep possession. And the chance is gone, at least for the moment. Kessler battling, dispossessed. And commits a foul. Dropped off to Lisberger. In midfield, Sophie Sanchez. Sanchez drives past a couple of LSR players. Her pass intercepted. She'll head back to her usual right back spot. Sophie Sanchez, former Crusader at UMHB for 1 season. Made 9 appearances this year, scored a couple and assisted 3 for Austin Elite. That's 3 assists, the most on the team. Lofted forward by Haro. Comes back to her here. Midfielder from Ecuador just drops it back to keep possession. Ball into the feet of Valadez. Hara looking for the exchange. Give and go. But the return pass misplaced. It keeps Austin Elite in a dangerous area though. But Boswell quickest to it to make the interception. Jorgens tried to exchange the ball back there to Boswell. Austin Elite growing into this game though, the longer it wears on. Assam gets in front and draws the foul. Assam actually looked like she was going to commit the foul and then was just too quick and ended up getting in front and drawing the contact herself. was a free kick, a couple of yards into the LSR half. Taken by Hodges. Launches it into the box. Initial header won by Austin. Austin playing out of pressure there. A couple of nutmegs in succession. They try and build a counterattack. It's sent down the line for Valadez. Hodges across to deal with it. Could be a dangerous one here as Hierholzer's in behind. No foul, says the referee. Ryan Hierholzer. A golden opportunity turned away by Heffernan. Both teams now with huge opportunities to open the scoring. All kinds of time for Hierholzer to think about that one. I think she prefers to be on the right foot. And in the end, put it too close to the goalkeeper. Cortez making the run out of midfield. Found herself as the highest player up the pitch for LSR. Hara drops it off to Escobar. Down the line, Valadez look to keep it in play. A couple of teammates arriving in the box. Valadez cuts back. Hesitation, wins the corner. Good work from the former SMU Mustang. Originally out of Houston, made 64 appearances over 5 years for SMU. Scored 25 and assisted 13 in her career. Making her debut for FC Austin Elite tonight. We'll have a chance here from the corner. Overhit though. And cleared away by Ulloa. Aaron Webb goes past one. Aaron Webb not past two. And we'll head to a rather late in the half water break with just about 12 minutes to go. We remain scoreless here. You're watching UWS playoff action on the Lone Star Republic YouTube channel. And Mike Hujo will be right back in just a moment. Get back underway here with a Lone Star Republic goal kick. If you're joining us late, it's been a story of opportunities at both ends, spurned so far, still 0-0 here in Mansfield. The home team nearly scored in the opening seconds of the game. As I was reading out the lineups, Mimi Assam broke through on goal. Shot too close to Harrington, who made her first of quite a few pivotal saves thus far. And most recently, Ryan Hierholzer for the visitors. The one-on-one opportunity that Heffernan was equal to. Webb wins the header after the throw, and LSR gain a couple of yards. Next time they look for Kenny Kessler. In the midfield for Cortez. Sweet feet from Jackie Cortez into the feet of Assam. Assam wants it back. Jorgens will cut into her right foot. Now back onto her left, wide for Assam. And a strike will go wide of the goal from Bronwyn Boswell. Playing as a left back today. She's been pretty versatile this season. Played in more attacking areas as well. And that is shown by her stats this year. 8 appearances, 7 goals, 6 assists. The Frisco native, most recently of the University of Evansville, graduated in 2016. It's been one of many standouts for LSR this year. Principal amongst them, Kenny Kessler. And a great run here into the box for Assam. And Assam's second effort at it, just wide of the near post. Goal kick. Two teams fighting for the opportunity to play in the Southwest Regional Final tomorrow at 7 o'clock. San Antonio Athenians awaiting whoever comes out on top tonight. Jorgens wins it back high up the field. Looks for the ball in behind for Ulloa. Too much on it. Runs through for a goal kick. Seven minutes plus stoppages left in this first half. Coach Oscom for FC Austin Elite. Got to be happy with what he's seen. His team have created opportunities and thus far kept a 0 up on the scoreboard for LSR. But I don't think Coach Casey Lloyd on the other side will be too worried about it. With so many opportunities and such a lethal strike force. Seems like just a matter of time before one of these ends up in the back of the net. Hodges steps into midfield to win it, and now Assam leads the charge going the other way. Mimi Assam tries to go around the outside. A sliding tackle puts it behind for a corner. Looks like Jorgens will go across to take. Sets up another corner here for LSR, who's in 5 or 6 forward, 2 stay back. Assam closest to it. Harrington gets a punch on it. And it's sent clear by Hierholzer. O'Brien now. Looks up, looking for a teammate. Connects with Hierholzer, who took a bump there from Cortez. Pass off the mark, out for a throw. Assam takes this one on the turn. Shot from distance on the left foot, blocked. Out wide now with Jorgens. Couldn't connect with the number 9. And the red and black bring it clear. They'll have a throw just in front of their bench. They've got quite a few options. Should Coach Oscom want to make changes later on in this game. I think Christina Artiga might be one that he turns to later on. The forward out of Pflugerville's made 7 appearances this year. He's got a goal and assist as well. So right now it's the starters who are looking to do their damage. This one slipped across and cleared away. A shot from distance that was arrowing towards the back post. Austin Elite go close once again. Another warning sign for the conference leaders, LSR. It was a weak clearance that allowed the shot to come in. Rocky Herrera didn't do enough with it. And Valadez put a lot behind it, but couldn't keep it down. Heckendern takes all the space she's afforded here. Puts it into the midfield for Kessler. 3 surround Kenny Kessler. And her pass intercepted. It's been a frustrating night so far for LSR's star midfielder. Still plenty of time to make her impact. This one slipped into the feet of Assam. Taken into the corner. She looks to get the cross away. Deflected behind for a corner. 3 minutes plus stoppages remaining. And if you just turn on the stream and you say, oh, it's 0-0, it's been a boring game. Absolutely not. There have been tons of opportunities for both teams. Attacks, counterattacks, great skill. It's been a good display of the quality in the UWS this year. This corner sent in towards the back post. Controlled by Jorgens. Great skill to cut past one defender. The low cross. Sent clear. And eventually sent even further clear. O'Brien takes a bump, wins a free kick, and that'll allow her team to get up the field. He's done that a couple of times today. Bought Austin a couple of moments to catch their breath and move up their line. Take the free kick quickly. It's into the feet now of O'Brien. Always looking to turn and see the field. She makes an overlapping run here. It's sent over the top by Flowers. And Brittany Flowers regains possession. Now Aaron Webb brings it into the attack. Aaron Webb, pass one, gets the shot on. Unexpected. Perhaps it was a cross that she just didn't get around on, but either way, looked threatening enough. Didn't trouble Heffernan. And the longer this half has gone on, Austin Elite have really started to grow into it. Looking more solid on the defensive end as well as starting to generate more opportunities. Kessler won't get to this one. So we're in the final minute plus stoppage time for the 15-minute break, where two coaches may not have much to say. I think both coaches will take this first half performance. LSR minus the finishing, and perhaps the same could be said for the visiting FC Austin Elite. Down the line now. 3 in the attack. If they go quickly, there's an unmarked runner in the box. It's sent across. Here's the opportunity, and it's skewed wide. Hierholzer yet again found herself in all kinds of room. But yet again, she misses the target. And you can't ask for a better opportunity, really, as a forward. Just snatched at it, went with the outside of the right foot, when the goal was at her mercy. And really either side could be going into halftime leading this. As it stands, though, still scoreless. And we're now in that first half stoppage time. Flowers given time in midfield here. Let's go over the top for O'Brien. Jorgens goes direct. Assam will look to get on the end of it. Good covering speed that time from D'Amico, but here comes Assam again. In for Kessler. Just running down alleys at the moment. Kenny Kessler eventually put out behind for a corner. LSR moving quickly, hoping to get this in before the break. It's their 6th of the first half. Jorgens launches this one in. Cortez brings it down. Jackie Cortez flashes a shot high and wide. Just one goal on the year for the captain of LSR, Jackie Cortez. He's looking to double her season's haul in the most important game of the year there. Header won by Uyok Pei in midfield. Assam battling to try and win it back high up the pitch. Boswell takes her defender down the line. A late tackle from Valadez. And it's a free kick in a dangerous area. But they won't get a chance to take it as the referee blows the whistle, and that concludes the opening 45 minutes of action. A game which has been packed full of opportunities and chances, but devoid of any real quality in the finishing department. We'll see if that changes in the second half as the undefeated Lone Star Republic go into the half tied 0-0 with FC Austin Elite.
last one you brought me, I had it sitting right here, and Aaron and I were like switching places real quick, and I kicked it. I was saying the last one you brought me, that's where it went. I was like, oh, I can't wait for this ice cold water.
We enter the second half here. It's going to be the final 45 minutes of the season for one of these two teams. Certainly hasn't been the game that we expected coming into it, based on the final standings of the league, with LSR finishing 10-0 atop the conference, and Austin Elite finishing 4-5-1 below 500. They've given a good account of themselves when they've found space, especially down the wings, and created chances. Both teams have had golden opportunities. And the keepers have stood tall, but a lot of the shots have been right at them, in fairness. If either team can sort out the finishing, you have to think they'll be the favorites to take this game. Back underway. Austin Elite in the red and black, moving from left to right here in the second half. LSR wearing the red, white, and blue, going from right to left. Ball in behind. Now opportunity to send across. Didn't get enough on it. Comfortably behind for a goal kick. The same personnel out there for LSR, but maybe some moving around. Kessler playing on the left wing with Jorgens more central. I saw him still leads the line. Battle for possession in the corner. It's going to be an LSR throw. You get confirmation of one sub for LSR as the captain steps aside for the second half. Jackie Cortez replaced by Renata Vargas. And as I mentioned, Kessler out onto the left wing, a little reshuffle in the center of the field for Coach Lloyd. The ball down the wing now for Vargas. Can she make the instant impact? Sent across for Kessler, who loses her footing. No way she was getting on the end of it either way. It was overhit. Jorgens tries to apply the pressure up the field. It runs out of play for a throw. mentioned in the first game, the field very narrow here at R.L. Anderson Stadium. Both teams have tried to take advantage of that with some long throw-ins. But really it restricts teams from spreading the game, as LSR like to do on a bigger field. Makes for more dynamic counterattacks off the press, just like this. Renato Vargas forward, down the right. And terrific recovery speed there. Can't see who it was for Austin Elite. See when they show the number to this side, but remarkable speed to get back and cut out the opportunity. Looks like it was Valadez doing the defensive work. Should go all the way back up to the right wing. Heckendern had made her way infield, but Kessler can't connect with the overlapping run from Boswell. It's turned over to the visitors. That should be a very potent left side on paper for LSR, combining for 19 goals and 11 assists this year between Boswell and Kessler. They've got 41 minutes to try and make something happen, find the opening goal, and put a foot into tomorrow's regional final against San Antonio Athenians. Dropped off. Thought about a shot from distance. Michaela Peggy loses out, and the second effort way off target for Ulloa, who's now playing a little deeper in midfield. Vargas ahead of her. Elizabeth Harrington to take the goal kick. Had plenty to do in the first half. Turned aside golden opportunities from Kessler and Assam, as did Heffernan in the other goal. Throw in taken quickly by Austin. Possession won back by the hosts. Space wide for Kessler. Good first touch from Kenny Kessler. Another shooting opportunity from distance. This one's poked wide though for Vargas! Again, Harrington equal. Tried to squeeze it in at the near post. We're going to replay quickly before the corner. A lot of space, but at the same time, a tough angle, and Harrington did well to put it behind. LSR looking for something off the training ground here. The corner comes in on the ground. Vargas, another shot. Blocked that time by a defender. Harrington needs to go up strong here. Does enough. O'Brien can't keep it in play. The danger's cleared for now. Good play in midfield there from Haro. O'Brien's in behind, but Boswell has the pace to match. She sends a searching ball down the line for Kessler. Lifts it towards Assam. Both teams opting to just flick it up in the air and try and control it. Eventually, it's LSR who have the ball at their feet. Vargas down the line for Assam. Immediately turned back to the visitors. Brittany Flowers. Tough ball to deal with there for Escobar. Assam putting the defense under pressure. Chance now for Assam on the left foot. And again, Harrington equal. Chance not gone though for LSR. And there's the opener. Jorgens from 10 yards out. Puts it somewhere that, for once, Harrington can't get a hand to it. And after chance for both teams, it's LSR who find the all-important opening goal. Great dummy that time from Ulloa. And all kinds of space for Emily Jorgens. The Austin native scores against what would be her hometown team. The former Trinity Tiger strikes first. How will Austin Elite respond? They take this throw in quickly, spacing behind immediately for O'Brien. O'Brien over the head of one defender, and we're headed to the spot. In response to the LSR goal, immediately up the other end, O'Brien, with a great piece of skill, flicks it over the defender, draws contact, and now Carolina Haros holding the ball tightly. She's going to be the one charged with tying this game back up at 1. Heffernan in goal for LSR will look to preserve the lead. 1 goal on the year for Carolina Haro. Long pause, and Haro steps up and rolls it into the bottom corner. The Ecuadorian midfielder has her team back on level pegging. Instant response 1 minute after LSR had gone ahead. And really going into the halftime break, I was thinking, 2-2 would be a fair scoreline based on what we've seen in that first half. And coming out, both teams finding the back of the net, which they were unable to do in the opening frame. And yet we're back here, all level once again. It's one of the new entrants into the Austin team, Jordan O'Brien, who made the difference. An audacious flick over the head of the defender. And the former Hurricane at Tulsa University then drew contact to win the penalty. Charo converted with no trouble. Throwing into Assam. Drop back to Hodges. Experienced center back sends a ball down the field. Overlap coming from McKindern. Ball tracked down by Kessler's. Yet to really make her mark on this game. Shifted out to the left side here in the second half. Gets to the end line. Sends a left-footed ball across. And it may arrive at the back post still. And is cleared off the line. Chance for Jorgens to get her second of the game. She's back on it now. Uyak Peggy in the area. And the shot goes high. Chances piling up. Really at both ends. It's end-to-end stuff at the moment. Michaela Uyak-Peggy, the Garland, Texas native. The latest to take aim at the goal, but her shot sailed harmlessly over in the end. Harrington. Sends the goal kick up the field. Header won by Flowers. Wide now for Kessler. Kessler past one defender. Now space ahead, runs ahead from teammates. Kessler from distance! And it just needed some bending motion back towards the goal. Plenty of pace behind it. She couldn't keep it on frame. See a great run. Blew past Sophie Sanchez, and the back line from Austin Elite on their heels allowed her to take the shot. something that's generally ill-advised. She couldn't make them pay at that time. O'Brien, again, tricky on the ball. This time drawing another foul. Much further from goal. It's going to be Aaron Webb to take the restart. She's got a goal and assist in her 8 appearances, now 9 this year. It's a good ball over the top. There's runners looking to meet it for Austin Elite. Cleared away by Boswell. Really, sometimes it's just been that straight, direct ball over the top that's given Lone Star Republic problems. Conceded just their 6th goal of the season. 5 or so minutes ago. I mentioned much earlier on in the broadcast, but Lone Star Republic lost one of their starting center backs just about halfway through the year. Madison Hall went down with a knee injury. She's certainly a big miss, but even since she left the lineup, the defense has remained solid. The regular season games, playoff games, knockout round games, just always a little bit different, a little more chaotic. Teams play with more aggression, more intensity with their back to the wall. And Austin Elite thriving at the moment as the underdog in this game. Really no expectations on them to do anything coming up against the best record in the nation in Lone Star Republic. I saw him looking to get on the end of that. Lisberger beats her to it. Former Longhorn at UT. Made 72 appearances there, Lisberger. Shot from distance. And another great save tipped onto the crossbar of the football uprights by Elizabeth Harrington. We're going to look at that one. Boswell, the left back, coming in field and taking a shot with her right foot that had everything and more behind it. Corner kick for LSR. Into a dangerous area. Assam closest to it. Elite send it skyward. And out, last touch off the red and black. 30 minutes to go. 30 minutes remaining in the season for the team that doesn't come out on top today. Another shot from Ulloa this time. Harrington not called into action. Just one change for LSR. No changes so far for Coach Oscom and FC Austin Elite. Coach Oscom currently the assistant at Southwestern University, formerly at Tulsa University as well. Another assistant coach at Southwestern University is his starting striker, Ryan Hierholzer, who's the assistant track and field coach there. So they're peers at work, and he's her head coach on the field. Hierholzer, former standout for UCLA, 3-time All-American in track and field, and competed Olympic trials and such in the heptathlon. Seen her pace and her athletic ability leading the line for Austin Elite tonight. So far she hasn't had the finishing touch despite a couple of really good chances. Brought clear of the midfield by Uyak Peggy. Down the line for Kessler. Kessler with the defender on her heels. Kessler onto the left foot. Puts the ball across! And from point blank range, it's once again held by Harrington. Assam, seems like the chances are just getting closer and closer to goal for her. And yet, She can't imprint her name on the scoreline so far. Heckendern, really good run out of the back here. Looking for the ball into the feet of Assam. Eventually the number 9 gets on the end of a loose ball in midfield from Austin Elite. Now picks up, surveys the field. Goes laterally for Uyak Pei, who drops it back to Hodges. O'Brien wreaking havoc in the press at the moment for the red and black, but LSR play out with composure. Dropped back to Heckendern. Last touch off the right back for LSR. Certainly got some pretty strong attacking instincts. Former winger for TCU. As does Boswell, the left back on the other side. Boswell's come down to the bottom of your screen here to open up. Eventually receives it from Hodges. Look to slip one into the half space for Jorgen. It's out for a throw for the red, white, and blue. Wide now for Vargas. Assam wants it to feet. Vargas continues to come across the field. And immediately now, there's numbers in the counterattack as it's brought clear. Sent over the top. Vanessa Valadez is closest to it, but Heffernan came out to stop the counter. Hodges pass deflected out for a throw. No action on the bench for either team. Nobody warming up. I know one player now sent out to get ready for the visitors. Looks like they may be ready to make their first change in just a moment. Assam takes it on the turn. Thought about a shot. Instead wanted to go to Jorgen alongside her. Emily Jorgen's doing the defensive work. She's got the Lone Star Republic goal. Canceled out by a penalty from Carolina Haro in the following minute. Here's Kessler. Dumps her defender to the turf. Kessler towards the near post! And she rattles the woodwork. Looked like Harrington even got a fingertip to it. I would not be surprised with the form she's been in today. Kessler ran out of options that time. And Elite are given time to think about this one. They'll try and play out. It's a tough ball for Flowers to deal with. Out for a throw. And here comes that substitution. That's the goal scorer, Carolina Haro, who will depart. And let's see who will take her place. Interception made by Ulloa. Assam drops it back. Boswell coming in field. Has it taken away, but it falls at the feet of Kessler. Kessler finds a teammate in space. It's Jorgens across the way. Jorgens running at Aaron Webb. Drop of the shoulder, but Webb read it all the way. Put it down the line. Where Hierholzer's a willing runner. Hierholzer shows her pace. But across comes Herrera to deal with it. And that, my friends, is Olympic level speed from Hierholzer. Even after she's overcome a lifelong hip injury that kept her from ever competing in the Olympics, she's still got the pace. We saw it there. got her team up the field at least, as Webb takes the throw in. Valadez in the corner, tries to swing across in. It's deflected out. Be yet another corner kick. Corner towards the back post. D'Amico gets ahead to it. Couldn't steer it on frame. Looks like the substitution for Austin Elite, Alexandria Aragon, formerly of Huston-Tillotson University. He's made 4 appearances now, 5 this year for the Red and Black. She's into the engine room for Coach Oscom's side. This one sent forward. Taken on the chest by Assam. A couple of defenders on her back. A loose pass. Referee will say it's because she was impeded. We are 3/4 of the way through the action tonight in the second semifinal, the UWS Southwest Regional. Still tied at 1-1. Goals came from Emily Jorgens for LSR, immediately canceled out by a penalty at the other end, converted by Haro. The home team looking to go back in front. They'll have to retreat as Austin Elite have a throw. Heavy touch off the foot of Flowers. Turned over to the hosts. Ulloa tracks this one down. Ulloa, space to shoot. Was always leaning back too much that time. Maya Ulloa. Another goal kick for Harrington. Gotta be approaching 20 of those tonight. She made 34 saves throughout the regular season. She's probably nearing double digits, if not already there tonight. Push that total up even further. Flowers now. Shot from distance. Bounces in front of Heffernan. Gathers it off the hop. Heffernan sends the team forward. Her punt reaches just on the halfway line. Jorgens forward to Kessler. Jorgens finding the space down the left. Assam makes a diagonal run ahead of her. Jorgens onto the left foot. Shot fired right at the keeper. LSR's goal scored today, looking for her and the team's second. Didn't make Harrington work too hard for that. Another good piece of skill from O'Brien. Over the head of the defender and draws contact. Just how she won the penalty earlier in the second half. It'll be a free kick on the 40-yard line. 50 yards out. Aaron Webb sets it up. LSR have defended these with a high line, and it's looked vulnerable at times. This time, Hodges drops off and watches it all the way back to her keeper. Heffernan with a miscommunication nearly presented the second goal to Vanessa Valadez. Let's have a look. Ended up just misjudging the ball and going with her feet, and it caromed off Valadez and agonizingly wide for Austin Elite fans. It's difficulty for LSR as they tried to hold the high line, but then Hodges drops deep. Everybody's on side, and she's the only one back to deal with it. Breakdown in communications defending the set piece there. Looks like substitutions poised on both sides. For sure, FC Austin Elite readying someone to enter into the game. Herrera forward for Ulloa, who has it taken off her toes. Strong intervention there from Hodges. The shot from distance will be much more comfortable for Heffernan. Might hold that ball a little bit tighter, having watched it squeak just wide of the post moments ago. Space for Boswell. Overhits that pass though for Kessler, deflected out for an LSR throw. Brought back to Kessler. Good ball whipped into a dangerous area, flicked skyward by Webb. She wins the second one as well, but it's still not cleared. Eventually Austin Elite finds some space and work their way up the field. It's a good 1-2. Exchange now with Sophie Sanchez bringing it forward. Kessler tracks down the loose ball and there's space to run into. Kessler whips it in on the left. Deflection brings it to the top of the box where it's cleared away once again. O'Brien, who's been, in attack at least, the best player on the field for FC Austin Elite. Spent time in Argentina playing professionally with River Plate, in addition to her time in the States playing for Tulsa University collegiately. She's definitely shown that talent on the ball. There's numbers in the attack here as Emily Webb stayed down, and a cross-come shot for Heckendern isn't going to trouble the goalkeeper. Harrington sends the punt forward. Ulloa chops onto her left foot. Some space in midfield for Uyok Pei to run into. She takes the space. Wide now with Kessler. Kessler on the right foot. And that one was angling away from the goalkeeper. Harrington pushes it wide. It's been a great performance in between the sticks for Harrington. It was UWS Team of the Week back in Week 7. I don't think they're doing Team of the Weeks for the playoffs, but she'd certainly be nominated at least. The way that she's been able to keep the league's best offense at bay. Jorgens, though, has beaten her once. Cuts back onto the right foot to try and do it again. Kessler didn't catch that one how she'd like. And it's another simple save for Elizabeth Harrington. Punt booming into the night sky. You see 16 shots on target for LSR, and that means 15 saves for the University of Texas women's club soccer goalkeeper, Elizabeth Harrington. 4 shots on target for Austin Elite. And we will take a hydration break before we conclude this game. As of now, we're set for extra time. You got a feeling there's chances and there's goals left in this game. Don't go anywhere. We've got about 15 minutes plus stoppage time remaining. We'll take the hydration break with the two teams. You're watching UWS playoff action on the LSR YouTube channel and My Cujo. the league-leading Lone Star Republic, the overwhelming favorites coming into this game, find themselves on edge. The game delicately poised at 1-1, 10 minutes to go plus stoppage time. And FC Austin Elite giving as good as they're getting at the moment. Boswell brings it clear, finds Kessler. Acres of space for Kessler, but she takes a heavy touch. Hasn't been herself today. Kenny Kessler played the first half in center midfield and shifted out to the left wing to try and find space here in the second half. Hasn't reached the heights that she's shown she's capable of this year, though, in either position. Looks like Vargas now leading the line as Assam no longer out there. We'll see who replaced her in just a moment. Number 9 withdrawn. Wonder if that might be due to injury, considering the team still desperately needs a goal. Aragon sends it wide. Too strong of a ball for Valadez. Heckendern told to step back. Take this throw just 5 or so yards from the corner flag. Man on is the call for Aaron Webb, who turns away from the pressure. Drops it back. It's in midfield now with Brittany Flowers. Off the head of Boswell. Into touch. Looks like Jessica Dowse has replaced Assam, moving Vargas centrally as the striker for LSR the rest of the way. That time, as Jorgens dropping deep to send it clear. Kessler can't keep it in play. Jorgens opened the scoring for Republic, but they couldn't even hold on to it for a minute. It was immediately the counterattack going the other way that led to the penalty that tied this game back up at 1. Eight minutes plus stoppage time to determine who will face the Athenians tomorrow for a chance to play in the UWS National Tournament. Solid tackle there from Emma Heckendern. Elite maintain the pressure. O'Brien on the dribble, coming across the field. Cuts the ball into the path of Valadez. But again, Heckendern, another really strong tackle to win it back. Only for the moment, as Elite sustain pressure. Jorgens, though, jumps the passing lane. There's 4 in the attack. Jorgens wants the ball in behind. Harrington stays on her line as she has often today. But even then, Vargas didn't have enough time to track it down. Throw in, launched into the box. Chance. Over the top. Kessler's shot deflected over. That was altogether too easy for LSR to take the throw and for it to end up at their best player's feet, 10 yards from goal. Fortunately for the red and black, they got enough of a touch to send it over the top, and it's only a corner kick. Sent into the danger area, over Hodges' head. Tracked down by Kessler. Kessler rifles it across. Chance misses the first kick, and the second one's right at the goalkeeper. Vargas, 2 chances to bring her team back into the lead. Couldn't take either. And at this point, it has to become a mental thing for LSR as they continue to create chances, continue to fire them right at the goalkeeper. Looking to press and win the ball back high up the field, but Vargas commits the foul. And the group of fans that are gathered below me, making their feelings heard towards the official. We'll give another chance for Austin Elite to gather their breath and send their firepower forward. Aaron Webb takes it. Boswell read it correctly and then sends it off of O'Brien. Out for a throw-in. Kessler tries to turn, runs into Sanchez. Down the line now for Vargas. Vargas takes a late tackle. Referee playing advantage. Breaking into the area now, Jorgens. Shot cleared away by Lisberger. Heckendern, defender on her back, draws the contact. And we'll see if the referee goes back. He does. He's got the yellow card out. Believe it's for D'Amico. But it could be for Sanchez. I'm not sure who was the one that came in late on Vargas moments ago. It's from the other side that LSR will whip this ball into the box. Everybody back defending for Austin Elite. 2 stay back in red, white, and blue. Harrington has been equal to almost everything so far today. And she won't have anything to do as that free kick sails over the top. Yellow card confirmed for Rochelle D'Amico. First of the day in either game. Comes in the 87th minute of this second semifinal. Hierholzer gives chase, but watches it roll out of bounds. It's a red throw. Aaron Webb will take. 4 in the attack at the moment for Austin Elite. Ulloa got something on it, put it behind for a corner. Now D'Amico and a couple of the other targets from the back make their way into the Lone Star penalty area. As the regular season champions are under threat here in the final minute of regulation. Headed back across. And a foul. We'll put an end to that attack for Austin. Heffernan for Kessler. Kessler holds off the attentions of Sanchez. And a beautifully weighted ball over the top. Chance now for Douse. 2 to her left. And it slipped in, and there's the winner! Surely that'll win the game, Renata Vargas! All started by Kenny Kessler. Spraying the play wide for Douse, who fired it across for Vargas, who finally was able to put it past Harrington. And now we'll get a look at the replay. That one starts just after the ball from Kessler that really started the attack, but it's a great finish as Vargas digs it out from underneath her feet and finds the requisite power to place it into the bottom corner. And now all that stands between Lone Star Republic and tomorrow's date with the Athenians is Second half stoppage time. Final 20 seconds of the 90 tick away. And it'll be all hands to the pump defensively for the red, white, and blue. Vargas beaten to it by D'Amico. Out for a throw-in, which now Lone Star Republic will be in no hurry to take, as their attitude completely shifts with that goal, and understandably so. Referee in the first game added 5 or 6 minutes on to the 90, so it's still far from done. But Austin Elite, who came into this game heavy underdogs, have certainly given a strong account of themselves, but now find themselves once again with their back to the wall. They responded instantaneously after conceding the first goal. Do they have another card up their sleeve here in the final minutes of this game? Hodges comes across to win it. And there'll be a chance for the throw-in to be sent into the box. Sanchez forward to take it. Valadez wants it short. She has it. On the turn, Valadez chops past the defender onto the left foot. Dropped off for Sanchez. Overhit and out of play. Ball tracked down by Valadez. Placed delicately into the arms of Bronwyn Boswell, who's deputized well at left back. It's not her preferred position. She stood up strong to the counterattacks and has given something on the offensive end as well, striking the crossbar with a shot earlier in the game. It's another throw for the Frisco, Texas native. All eyes on the referee. Yeah, I think still a couple of minutes to tick down on his wristwatch. At the moment, he's trying to legislate where the throw-in will be taken from. Eventually, it's sent into play. Cleared away by Herrera. And a big collision as Uyakpegi sends it away, and Valadez catches her late. Second yellow card of the game, both to the red and black, both in the last 10 or so minutes as tensions continue to rise. And if nothing else, that gives an extra 30 seconds or so over to Lone Star Republic. They watch it tick down. We're now 2.5 minutes into stoppage time. Referee checks his watch. So launched towards Renata Vargas, who as it stands is the hero for Lone Star Republic. Kessler whips one into the area, perhaps needlessly. Didn't need to turn possession back to the visitors. We now have a throw on the far side. They take it in front of their bench, launch it into the path of O'Brien. O'Brien in the box. But Kelsey Hodges puts it behind for a corner. Perhaps the final opportunity. Everybody sprinting forward in red and black. They take it quickly. The shot from the left corner sails wide, and that'll do it. Lone Star Republic are pushed to their limits here by Austin Elite. But the winning goal from Renata Vargas finds them in front in the 89th minute and finds them into the regional final against San Antonio tomorrow. It was a terrific game in which LSR dominated a majority of possession and shots. Elizabeth Harrington put in a heroic display in between the sticks for FC Austin Elite. After a couple of fiercely contested games today in the semifinals, it's as you were, first against second. And that'll be an exciting matchup tomorrow. We hope you'll join us on my Cujo and the Lone Star Republic YouTube channel. Sure you will. You wouldn't want to miss it after what you've seen today. It's been a pleasure to describe the action all night. My name is Ryan Figert, and I'll see you tomorrow.